Hey everybody, we're back doing more stuff. Let's get some cool rock, dad rock, as I'm told is. How's everybody doing? Sup, Van Goghs, and Gulu Gulu. Today we're doing everyone's favorite thing, UVing. People love UVs. We can I can just do this one.
I'm doing my part.
Hey Thulin, how's it going, man? Let me move this over here. How'd your dinner go? Hope it was worth it. Man, it was. We went to took my mom and my stepdad and my lady friend to an Indian place we've been going to. It's good. Been there a couple times already, so I knew it was gonna be good. Hmm. I need to get my actual thing out here too for this. Hey, Wicked Sloth, how you doing, man? Surprise bees, welcome in. Dang it. Hey, Gorbound, what's up? Doing good. Ordering some food and making some music. How's your day been? It's good. Just getting situated for all this UV stuff we're about to do. You guys stoked for tomorrow? Anyone gonna do anything? Any cool plans for tomorrow? Obviously there's the test, but like, gonna do anything interesting or specific tomorrow? Other than hair and beards, I've seen look awesome so far. Zach was doing dwarves last night. I'm hyped for all those. Yeah, man. They're gonna be cool. man, how did I do the? I need to look up how I did the human ponytail real quick. So I've forgotten. Okay, so just blast it from the front, I guess, or the back, rather. I think I probably something like this. And I fixed it up. Okay. Hey, Green Hand, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Hope you guys are doing good. Stoked. What up? Maybe I should connect this guy to this guy. Happy to be here. Can't wait to play this game. Right on. Well, tomorrow. Tomorrow's your chance. So hype for the stress test. What's up, Xenocider? Gorf, how's it going, man? What are we working on today? Seal trick. It's more hair stuff, but so I've gotten through all the modeling. Modeling phase is done for halfling hairstyles. Now I'm doing the UV work. So it's more technical, boring stuff, probably comparatively. So that's what I'm doing today. Oh shit, how am I gonna... Let's flip this. It's really, let's see. Where's this guy? Okay. That reminds me, gotta pour a patch for it. I want to have a chill test, no stress test. Yeah, well, we'll see. Hopefully things go really smooth for it. Hey, Dragon, thanks for the sub, man. How you doing? Remember to save. Yeah, let's get a save going for today. Not gonna lie, I thought you was bald. I'm used to seeing you with the hat on. Yeah, man, I gotta not wear the hat some days, so you guys know that I'm not totally bald yet. Anyway,
I'd buy that for $1.
definitely starting to get thinner up there. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. All streamers are bald by default, I think. Yeah, I think it's a prerequisite. Although I'm not partnered yet, so I guess I still have my hair until then. So new to sculpting, what is the mesh numbers mean versus the highlighted lines? So, so what I'm doing right now is I'm UV mapping this mesh, right? So, and the analogy I always use for UV, what UVs are, let me get my little my little Santa here. So, so what UV mapping is you're taking, so the mesh is a 3D object with points on it, right? That's what all these points are. If we look at this, there's, you know, the points, there's lines between the points, and all those lines and points create a face. So this is a face between all these points, right? But it's on a 3D object, and textures are 2D. You know, texture is 2D, right? So there needs to be a way for the computer to understand where to put the pixels on the 3D thing so it lines up the way it needs to. And so that's kind of like a Christmas Santa, because you have a little chocolate guy that is the mesh, and then you have the wrapper that has the little Santa Claus design on it. But if you take that wrapper off and flatten it out, it's just a flat thing. And this is kind of an analogy for what, like, the relationship between a texture and a 3D model is, because they, you know, they tried to line up all the little bits on this guy, because he's got a little mustache right here and he's got a little mustache right here. So, you know, those little elements kind of try to line up, you know, and stuff like that. So that's kind of what I'm doing right now. Is I'm basically I'm trying to arrange the points and the edges and all that stuff on the that are representative of the where they are in the 3D model onto this 2D layout. So that's what UV mapping is, and then what this this rainbow number box thing is just a tool, a guide for me to understand where everything is. So if I'm like looking for, you know, where is 4-9? I can find it somewhere over here. It's like right here. It's up here somewhere. So if I need to know where it is, although it's not accurate right now because I have it scaling, so it's not a, you know, if I were to make this a 1-to-1 size, this is actually 3-5, so it's over here. So now I know that this is what this is, right? This region is right here on the 2D thing. So if I'm trying to either find that location or make sure that it's facing the right way, because if I flip this the other way around, like this, now the numbers are backwards. So I know that this is incorrect, unless I want it to be backwards for whatever reason. But yeah, so I know that, like, okay, this is wrong. So I'll fix that. Numbers are facing the right way now. But I can also see that, like, there's kind of some wobbly edges and stuff. Like there's some, I've got a bunch of boxes and lines and stuff that also kind of help me arrange things. So if there's like some wobbly edges or stuff is like stretching weird, like if it's really squished or something, like it's not supposed to look like this, obviously. So that's kind of what that whole rainbow thing is doing for me. It's just helping me through this process of arranging all the stuff. So that's my little mini ramble on what UV mapping is. Gotcha. So then the texture team knows what to draw on those grids because it's mapped to the face and the mesh. Kind of. This guide isn't really used when texturing. It's more of just making sure stuff is evenly distributed and facing the right way and all that stuff. So, like right here, I can see that it's a weird pinching, and it may or may not be something that I can actually fix, because I'm also trying to get it to lay out in a particular way. Like UV mapping is very one of the big things that it took me a little bit to wrap my head around with, like, just modeling for games and everything in general, and UV mapping and edge flow and all that stuff, was what you're building and the way you build it. There's no right way. It all depends on what you're trying to do. So you can do stuff in a particular way. If it works for you, for what you're doing, then it's fine. But I mean, there are things that you probably shouldn't do in a lot of cases, but generally speaking, there's no right or wrong way, really. I mean, there's good practices, of course. All right. So my goal with this one, though, is to I'm trying to lay this out in a kind of like in a particular way. So this is the back of the head right here. This is the back of the head, and then this is the side of the head. This is the other side of the head, and then this is the top of the head. So it's kind of like you can kind of see where I cut stuff. These red lines mean are indications of where there are cuts in the 2D UVs. So I've cut it on the sides here so that it can kind of like flay out like from the back side. Hey Verdict, what's up? Oreo Bandit, welcome in. Goose TV, thanks for the follow. Okay, so that was a helpful tutorial. Yeah, for sure. I'm glad that was helpful. There's like a whole bunch more to it and everything, but like that's the you know, Spark Notes version, kind of. It's there's a lot to it, and people don't really like doing it because it's kind of more of a technical thing. There's a lot of like just kind of shuffling things around, trying to get them as best you can, and it's hard to get them how you want them, because when you move one thing, another thing moves. So it's a lot of it's a real balancing act. Can be sort of annoying at times, honestly. Let me do this just so I'm not. I don't have to have this interior like perfect or anything, because it's more here for, I fill a gap. So the other element of this as well is, so once you got all your bits, how you want them, like you've gotten all your squares to the as squarey as you can get them to be. The other element of this is getting it all to fit in this box. Because it all needs to fit in this box too. This is the texture. This is the texture resolution. So everything needs to fit in the box, and everything needs to be the same size relative to each other as well. So I can
Boom, money hats. Money hats for everybody. Boom, money hats.
Hey, Verdict, thanks, man. Thanks for feeding the lizards. I appreciate that. That's really helpful. Yeah, so one thing that you can do, there's a lot of games that they just UV stuff in half and then mirror the other half, and that saves a lot of space. But then when you're texturing stuff, you can only texture half the thing because you have it all mirrored, right? So that's the what's it called, the trade-off. If I grab this and mirror this like that, okay, let's hey, Idri, what's up? I am trying to not do mirrored stuff as much as I can here, but I'm gonna have to. Yeah, there's not gonna be a lot I could do with that one, probably. Okay. If I remind myself what this one is supposed to be like as well, I have, wonder if it would be better to cut it here instead. So if I took these, I did that. Does that help or hurt stuff? It seems like it's causing some trouble. It's funny you say that tutorials with Zukan's thing, Wikisloth, because I was kind of thinking about maybe doing like some videos or something about like basic some basic Blender stuff. So there's been a lot of people that have commented that they have kind of been curious about Blender or kind of started on their own and stuff, and thought it'd be kind of fun to drop some knowledge and stuff. This guy's got a... I would definitely check that out. Right on. I've been trying to make a Volvo 2040 in Blender, but low poly cars have been tough. I have not really done like mechanical or vehicle type stuff. At least not in a long time. I did do I made like an airplane as one of my projects in college. But, you know, that was like before I knew really what I was doing, so. kind of, I think maybe cutting it here is better because I'm getting a lot of distortion here. So at least then it's cleaner here. But I mean, regardless of what you're making, whether it's like a organic character or like a car or a vehicle or something, you know, the principles are all the same. It's just there's kind of different processes that work better for like vehicles and stuff. Yeah, there's just gonna be some weird stuff around there, I guess. I don't know if I can. I work in the industry, but as a tools preference engineer, so I don't often get a lot of time to muck about with 3D art, but I've been toying with the idea of branching to tech art. That sounds awesome, man. Tech art, there's always from what I hear, there's always someone, you know, there's always jobs for tech artists. It's no, you know, it's a tricky thing to you know, do, so. Okay. Hey, Amy, what's up? How's work? Your regulars are telling you you're too pretty for tattoos, and it's annoying. Sounds like you need to get more tattoos. Okay. Guy keeps grabbing my arm and looking to see if I got more. Damn. That's not cool. Shouldn't be grabbing you like that. Do you want me to kick their ass? Hmm. Kick his ass, Seabass. Exactly. There's another quote I need to get. Maybe I'll just mirror this for now. Oh, do I want to even care about this? Because it could just be fine as is, honestly. This is probably fine. We'll do this. We'll mirror this. shit. Okay. This is good enough. I think we're good with this. I'll move on. It's probably some finessing I could do. I've got I got a seam right there. Okay, hopefully this works. We'll see, I guess. Hey, Ashen Forge, what's up? Pumped for the test? Me too. Oh, I'm excited. What are we looking at here, roughly? I see these coordinates, and I'm watching you form, deform.
Quick question.
Things.
When was the last time you hit save?
Now is a good time to save, actually. Also, I think there's a little ad break coming up, and I have to go to the bathroom, so I'm going to just let those play, and I'm going to go run to the bathroom real quick. And Mathemizer, I will answer your question after the ad break because it's going to be long-winded. I think ads are going, or it gave me a countdown and then it went away, so I don't know what's going on. No ads? Oh, okay. Well, I still have to go to the bathroom, so that's unfortunate. I'll be right back. BRB. So save that again. All right. Okay, so what are we looking at here? So what we're looking at is I'm doing the UV mapping for all the hair now. And I have this kind of rainbow coordinate texture thing that I use to help me identify kind of trouble spots. Actually, this area could probably. So you see how this bit right here is kind of stretched a little bit. Like these boxes are supposed to be kind of all square, or as square as I can get them. And kind of just at a glance, I can see that maybe this area is a little bit off. So I can look at that and see, okay, I can, because I have my little boxes are supposed to be, you know, box shaped and not stretched out. I can kind of look at this and be like, okay, maybe I can fix that a little bit. So it's really just there as a guide to identify kind of trouble spots. There's oops. There's a lot of information on here. Let's grab this whole thing maybe. No, I'm just gonna leave it. There's a lot of information on here that like does different things. Like obviously the boxes, the large boxes, if they're distorted, I can see that like it's not square, not as square as I want it to be. Also, the size of the boxes need to be, you know, the same size. Like these ones are a little bit smaller than these, so actually I probably should see if I can do something about that. I don't know if these are just getting distorted or not, though. That's also kind of stretched. But yeah, they're just it's a guide. And I'm just kind of using it to manipulate these UV coordinates so that when we put the texture down, it looks as good as it can without like stretching or that kind of stuff. I think I'll have to do a tutorial on UV mapping because that's definitely the question I get asked the most. Oh shit. I fucked this up. I fucked up, guys. Hey Chaz, what's up, man? The UV mapping refers to those coordinates which are then used to apply the 2D texture on the 3D surface. Exactly, yeah. So I was explaining this earlier in the stream as well. So I have this little guy. This is my analogy for UV mapping. If you have a chocolate Santa Claus, this is your mesh. It's got all the 3D shapes, you know, and everything. but it has no texture. The wrapping is your texture. This is what the texture looks like applied on the mesh. But if you take that wrapper off and you flatten it out, that's your texture by itself. So the question is, how does the computer know how to wrap that 2D texture on a 3D asset? And the answer is, you make these coordinates. These coordinates correspond with the coordinates on the 3D mesh. So this point right here, well, let's grab a different one. So if I grab these points, this is the back of the ponytail. So if I move this around, it moves around on the mesh, right? Oh, you can't see. My dumbass face is in the way of this. So I just didn't say anything. So where is it? Is it this thing? Yeah. So if I move these edges around, it moves around on the mesh because it's in real time, like moving where those coordinates are associated with the mesh. The net of the polygon is when you unfold it. We saw the ponytail, but you didn't see the UV map portion of it. Like that's the important part right there. So yeah. So, but yeah, it's and what I'm doing is I'm just kind of trying to arrange all of these guys so that my little boxes are as boxy as I can get them to be, because that's the end goal, is getting them all to be the same size as each other, and as square as you can get them, and that sort of thing. And the tricky part is it doesn't always do that, because it's a 3D shape that's you're trying to flatten it. So like, I mean, another analogy would be if you take an orange peel, like if you take an orange, you peel it and you try to flatten that orange, the skin of the orange, it doesn't flatten unless you cut it into pieces, right? Because it conforms to that shape even after you remove the inside of it. So in order to flatten it totally, you either have to squish it down, which stretches pieces, or you create cuts in it and then you lay it out in a more flat way. So that's why I have these different sections too, right? Like this is a different section, and I cut it right here on both sides because I want that to lay flat. That's one section. And the other section is the back of the head that lays out flat as well, and so on and so forth. So, but I think we're good on this one. This is kind of wonky, but that's okay, because that's the inside. I just care about the outside mostly. I got some distortion here, but I don't know that I can do anything about it. Maybe I'll pull this up. I can't really move that up. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's something I can do with that. I need to. It's just kind of a lot of like spinning knobs and stuff to try and get it exactly good. But I think I've said this is good enough like a bunch of times already. So let me get rid of this and we'll move on to the next one. Hey Dakun, thank you for admiring my boxes. I appreciate it. So here, this is just kind of a quick projection UV. So you can see this is a good example of kind of what we don't really want, because obviously this is not a final version. This is just a quick thing, but you can see that from the front, because I did a projection unwrap from the front. Things look terrific from the front here. Like, wow, look at all these boxes. They're all uniform and square. I love it. But if you turn to the side, where the camera didn't see it, it's all kind of fucked up. And if I go to the back, everything looks good, but all the numbers are reversed. So that's not really what we want. So obviously this needs to be cleaned up, but that's kind of an extreme example of what we don't want. So let me see. Actually, let's put this here. If it's reversed, then that means it's mirrored, correct? Not necessarily. Like this whole thing is asymmetrical. Like this isn't mirrored. It's just flipped. So depending on what you're texturing, it doesn't matter, right? And there are times when you can flip stuff intentionally to save space or something. I did flip a thing on the last one. But if you had something that had like, if you're texturing like let's say you're texturing a vehicle or a piece of armor that has like lettering on it or numbers or something, you obviously need that to be facing the right way, so that the text or the numbers and stuff aren't, facing the wrong way. For these, because we're just doing hair, it doesn't really matter. Like you can paint, like if I were to leave this one reversed like this, no one would really notice. It would just be confusing for the person that's doing the texturing if they weren't aware that it was flipped the wrong way. But since I am doing the texturing on this, I will know, so it wouldn't wouldn't be the end of the world. But I don't want it to be like that, so. When did you start learning all this? It's been about 10 years, Tired Worm. I went to college 10 years ago. Probably, I graduated in 2015. Was that 10 years ago already? Fuck, it's like 11, right? Yeah, that's crazy. So that's when I graduated and I got a job and I learned Blender for the job. And learned more things. Zukan didn't learn it. It's so much as I stopped fighting it. The magic has been humming in his blood since the first breath. I don't know about that, all that. I feel like I'd be better. Wouldn't it be better if it was in my blood like that? Some days, man, some days. Let's see. Maybe it means the light won't hit it, right? Just a guess. Now the UV. So for what we're doing for characters, the UVs, especially for our stuff, you know, there's actually some truth to that, I think, because I think maybe if your UVs are reversed, it could impact like a normal map bake or something, like, because that's like lighting and depth information. For us, because we're not doing any fancy materials or anything, we're not using any fancy maps. It's all just the diffuse. It won't impact like lighting. If the actual mesh has the normal reversed, that could impact lighting. But the mesh and the UVs are kind of, they're connected, but they're not the same thing. So having the UVs reversed is different from the normals on the mesh being reversed. And the normals on the mesh is what kind of, that's how it calculates the lighting information. Like if I were to flip this, like let's flip this this guy right here. Normals, flip. So you can see the texture stays the same, right? It still continues normally, but that patch is darker because that's the mesh normals changing. The lighting is different because we're looking at the backside of a normal, but it doesn't impact the texture, if that makes sense. They're separate things, but you know, like I said, the coordinates are connected to one another. So I don't know if that makes any sense, but that's how it works. Oh man. Hey Liz, what's up? It's pure voodoo, man. Have you ever done the holy shit, I'm a genius with something? If so, what was that moment? Um, yeah, I have. I do it kind of more tongue in cheek though. But it's like when I do something weird and it kind of works out, I'm like, oh my god, I'm a genius. But that's not very frequent. Let's see. I want to get rid of this. Actually, the last thing where I was like, oh my god, that's like awesome, amazing. I can show you guys. I'll give you a little sneak peek. Actually, I already posted this in Discord, but if you haven't seen this, where did I put it? I'll just download this again. So this isn't related to modeling necessarily, but I was trying to figure out how to get the little orbs to kind of rotate and stuff. So it was there's like some components in Unity where it'll rotate stuff. And what I did was, because I wanted it to kind of bob up and down and also kind of tumble over itself. But the component by itself, maybe it could do this. I don't know, but what I did was I built I attached I moved the orb to moved its pivot to the center of itself so that it would like rotate around itself, but I also wanted to go up and down, and I wanted to offset off of the fist. So I made an empty. I attached the orb to the empty, so you basically what you're equipping is the empty, and then the orb is attached to that. So there's like a chain of command there, and so the empty is kind of bobbing up and down, and then the orb is tumbling around itself. So kind of makes it look like it's floating like that, which is pretty neat. I thought that was kind of cool. You sank my battleship. Hey, Gunner Wolf, what's up? Welcome in. I'm surprised it wasn't done using a scrolling normal with the actual object being static. So the object is still static. That's the cool thing. Like, because I wanted to avoid having to like animate the thing, like making a rig and then like actually keyframing it. The orb is an actual static object still, and then in the prefab, there's just like a Unity component that like animates it in like Unity animation stuff. So, so it's all static. I just have like two like a child and a parent, and each one of them have their own like animated component to them. So it's still pretty simple. But I mean, that one's pretty simple to do as well. It's just an orb, and we just wanted it to kind of tumble. There's another kind of focus item that's like a skull, and I don't want that one to tumble all the way like that. And it'd be kind of cool to play with the jaw. So I need to think on how to do that. I was thinking maybe if I might just have to animate that one, honestly. But I was trying to think of a way where I could kind of animate it using like stuff like that as well. Yeah, it's transforming off of the it's kind of it's a whole thing. It's kind of cool. I like it. Maybe use a spline curve and have it wiggle using a curve. Maybe, I don't know, that doesn't, that's you now you're speaking Greek to me. I'm really not that savvy with that stuff. That's why they didn't wiggle until recently anyway. Vertex animation via shader could be relatively cheap and not require rig. Yeah, so that was actually one of the things, like when I was looking into it, I was poking Chinny D about it because the environment guys have some like crystals and stuff they're using. Like if you watch Chinny D's streams at all, he's building the Deep Elf city, and they have like a bunch of like lampposts with like crystal powered light, and one of them is like it's like a crystal that kind of rotates and bobs and stuff. And I was asking him how he did that. It's all like shader driven. And I was like, oh, see the one thing with like player items and stuff is that we already have a system for the textures of the that stuff. We have like a whole LERP system. So unless I can get something like that to plug into the LERP system, kind of doing it through shaders is kind of it's not really a good solution for items and stuff. So I had to I needed to do it in a way that both didn't touch the shader system unless it integrated into the shader system, as well as preferably avoiding any additional animation. So that's why this is such a good solution, because it's just taking the object and making it move in the prefab. It doesn't touch anything else. So I don't know if there's any performance hits with it or not. It seems like it's pretty simple, so I'd be surprised if it did, but it definitely checks all the boxes for the solution I needed. Hey, Premise. Hey, Smurfo. What's up, man? All right, let's see. Let's get this. Maybe we'll do this as well. Hmm. Your skull jaw seems similar to me to the orb. There's a hinge, pivot point, and a partial rotation, but I'm clueless on Blender Voodoo. Yeah, so similar to the reason I didn't use the shader for the orb, I in my initial like brainstorming of doing something for the skull, if I were to employ the same technique where like I take the skull and I have the jaw and I want the jaw to kind of open close on the on the pivot for that. I think I'd have to separate the jaw into its own object so that it can have its own pivot from the rest of the skull, right? So then now I have two objects, and then we run into an issue with the materials, because I can only have one material on an object, on an item. So I don't know if there's a way to, I mean, maybe I can figure out a way to have it just load the same material on both things if they are two separate things. Maybe there's a way to have the one object have two rotations or something. I don't know. The only way I can think of is rigging it. Because if the jaw is a separate piece so that I give it its own pivot, then it's not gonna, the material for the item is not gonna load on it, I don't think. So that's the problem I'm having with that one. See, I'm watching this and I see you changing stuff. No idea what you're changing. And half the time I don't see any specific change either. So please teach us. Yeah, hey Liz, I was just kind of talking earlier, like maybe I was thinking about maybe making some tutorials or something. If I have any time, that'd be kind of fun to make some stuff, some little tutorial videos.
Quick question. When was the last time you hit save?
It was a little bit ago. We should probably...
Housekeeping, you want me to jerk you off?
Hey Primus.
What kind of hotel is this?
What kind of hotel is this? With the jaw being a separate element from the top of the skull. Gotcha. Yeah, way outside my wheelhouse. Maybe the parent stuff you were working about, talking about would somehow work on the jaw piece. I know it would definitely work in terms of getting it to move how I want it to move, but I think I'm thinking it might cause a problem with getting the textures to load properly then though. So that's my it's my initial thinking that like would be a problem. So oh man. Such a good one. Yeah. All Blender help is good. We need Blender help because, well, you saw my dude. Your dude was good. You keep putting yourself down, but I mean, you're learning a new thing, and it turned out really well. So I think you're being overly critical about your little guy, and that's coming from someone who's overly critical about his own stuff. So I think you're doing good. Oh brother, what's going on here? Why are we out here? What's going on? Why aren't these connected? Are these not connected or something? That was weird. Oh, it's still being weird. What the fuck? Oh, wait. No. That was the wrong edge. Come on, man. Like that. There. Jeepers creepers. Stupid ass computer. Okay. I'd say you should be able to have two pieces. The top and the jaw, tether it with a joint. And it can move, just slightly separate from the skull. Yeah, but the problem is I can't have it be two separate pieces. It has to be one piece for the textures to work. Unless I can find a way to get it to load the same thing twice onto two separate things, which I don't know. I think this has come up before. I think Ollie said no, so I don't know if it's something we can do. Average those. Um, this is becoming a problem right now. Actually, let's move these over, maybe. What's kind of tricky about the UVs for these is the hair for the halflings it's so solid and round. Round things are really tricky to UV because you're trying to flatten something that's round. It's gonna end up with a lot of kind of like there's gonna be pinching somewhere probably. This is facing the wrong way. I mean, the only thing I understand about your UV grid versus the mesh is that you can make things different sizes and shapes and make the flow of the map better. And to give it some shape when, say, the texture doesn't overlay, have some like 2 parallel lines can be made to go around a vase for aligning a texture shape. So one is more spread out than the other, but beyond that, a lot of it looks faffy and confusing. Well, I mean, again, it's just it's kind of faffy. It's just here to help me identify stuff. Like, see how these boxes are kind of a little squiggly. You know, the boxes are squiggly, but the numbers are right. The numbers are facing the right direction. You know, the all the stuff is like, it's for different things, and I'm not using all of the texture all of the time. Like if I were to, in theory, like if I were to, oh my gosh, like if in theory, if I wanted to match up the numbers with, let's do it this way, actually. So let's pretend that I wanted to match up these 2 bits. So I have like the 99, the 09 on the bottom here, and then I have 8191. So I can use the numbers to figure out how big this needs to be. Like, I need to make the squares larger, and then I need to find the number like this. Wait, what are we looking at here? It's over here, right? Right here. So this needs to be larger. So now this is basically seamless. Like, if I were to do a better job, these are 2 separate seams, but they line up pretty close. Like, I could spend more time getting it closer, but that's one use case for the boxes and the numbers and everything. So now these spots are, like, if I move it up a little bit, it should be like that. So just this region, the 9909 region, is like lined up pretty good. Obviously, it doesn't stay that way around down the line, but this is just an example. So that's one use case for the numbers and the lines and stuff in the boxes. I'm not really lining stuff up. I'm not lining 2 separate UV islands up like that, so I don't really care so much about that component. The numbers do help me in identifying what's backwards, or the boxes help me identify what's kind of squiggly or squished. Like, this is really squished right here, but that's why it's like that. I think the colors don't really have a purpose, I don't think. It's just to look nice, and like associating the colors with stuff. Like, if I was trying to line something up, I could look for the, I could look for the green. I know where the green is on both sides or whatever. So this one is just the one that I have. It's more personal preference. The one that Zach uses is actually, he has a different one. It has similar elements, like it's got some boxes and stuff for stretching. But he doesn't. I don't think it says like rainbow colors. So mine is a little faffy, I guess, in that regard. But right now, what I'm trying to do is get the boxes to be consistently sized down the back of this, the back of the hair here. And it's kind of a fine tuning, so you may or may not really notice all the little adjustments I'm making. But that's okay. Do you know if lost my macro with fresh? Do you know if you lost your macros with fresh M&M install? Those are probably client side, I'm thinking. They are client side, but they are saved in like the macros and that sort of stuff. I think they're saved in like a documents folder. And I'm assuming you didn't delete your documents folder. So you should be good. It should still be there. So I don't really even know where that thing is. I'd have to poke around. Oh, okay. If it's a new PC, then yeah, your macros are gone probably. I don't think they don't carry over, like it just, they're not installed, or they don't carry over from a different PC or anything. What the hell? What's going on here? That's weird. What class race combo are you going to play when you have time to relax? I like Necromancer. Necromancer's chill. I have a Necromancer on the alpha server or whatever. I was thinking about trying out the Beastmaster though, this time around. because I'm curious about it, and I haven't really spent a lot of time with it. I also kind of curious about. I've been saying this for a while, and I haven't done anything about it, but I'm curious about the Inquisitor. So I don't know. Also, squats. Some of you guys, squats, and someone else was talking about Archer yesterday, and I'm kind of wondering, like, a part of me wants to make like an all Archer group and see how that goes. I wonder if maybe maybe I can find some folks that would want to do like an oops all archers or something. I'm pumped for the stress tests in what, 17 hours? That's a good question. I think I made a bookmark. Yeah. It's 16 hours, 1 minute, and 19 seconds. Oh my god, it's happening. Flip the switch. Makes it nighttime. Trent got a thing. Where does this do? And opens Discord. Okay. Okay, how are we doing on this? We got this section done. I kind of screwed around with this thing a little bit. So maybe I think I did that because I want the seam line to be there. Banger. Any reveals tomorrow? Deep Gnome mayhaps? I don't think anything. There's going to be no new. Like we're not going to unlock any of the new guys. I don't think. But I will give you an exclusive on the Deep Gnomes. I did a little bit more work on them. So here's them with some textures on them. Still work in progress, but a little bit more progress was made. So there they are. Their eyes don't glow anymore. So I need to find a solution, I guess, that works with the system. Yeah. This is the first time I'm seeing them. Nice. Well, so this is the first time they've had textures. You've probably seen them before with like a placeholder guide texture on them or something, but yeah. This is the first time I'm showing them off with any textures on them, so. I bet they smell so bad. They do. They do. It's honestly, that's why it's taking so long, because I can barely stand the stench of them when I'm working on them. It's pretty bad. Even though the eyes aren't glowing, they look really good. Will other races be blinded at first if they look in the eyes of the deep gnome, like deeper in the headlights, deer in the headlights? I'm gonna say no, but I'll let other folks kind of decide if that's a thing or not. I already got my name for the deep gnome. Ooh. Is it like deep gnome related, or is it just like you just have a name? Yeah, they do look a bit, if you wash them they'd be normal colored, yeah. Yeah, they're a little chimney sweep. Oh, okay. Can't be any worse than living next to ogres. Oh, snap. Comes from an author in D&D. Ooh, that sounds cool. I view deep gnomes as little astronauts. Maybe. They're kind of little boogers. I just... Is this gonna work for me? Okay, this is starting to work. I need to make these the same size though. Where's the other? Oh. Well, before I do that, let me do this. Let's do. Hey Hunt, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. All right. Let's try this again. Oh, brother. Okay. Don't really know. Well, I'll just, I guess I'll line up these center bits and then we'll see where the other ones want to be. I don't know if this is gonna be the best way to do this. Well, we'll try that. Hopefully that works. So now the question is, so now I have all these pieces. All these individual pieces are like, I've looked at them and they're like, okay, that's good enough. Let's make sure they're all the same size. I don't know why that. I don't know why that was doing that. That's weird. What the fuck? Oh. Okay, let's try this again. Okay. So this is my main section. This is the main section of the hair here, this guy. So this gets priority, and then let's just stick it in the middle, and then see where we can fit this one. So if I just shrink this down until it fits in the box. Got a lot of room to play with here. Move this over. Doesn't seem to matter on that one. Could do this though. Okay, so this is the arrangement. And the reason I want to do it this way is because this is still the same sort of T-shaped layout we're doing for all the stuff. So the main portion of what you're looking at is the back of the head, and then everything kind of like folds out from that origin point. So the top of the head kind of unfolds forward and over in front of the face. The sides kind of come around the side there. That still covers the eyes. That's good. And then, so this piece here, this is the interior faces. This is less important than the other stuff, so I can make it. I made it a little bit smaller, but I could actually make it a little bit bigger even. Actually, wait, did I not scale it? I forget if I... Yeah, I think I just moved it. Yeah. So this is the same size as the other guy, but obviously I can't fit it. I can't fit it in. Oh shit. If I kind of move that over and I move this over, I can't fit it without some overlap. You know, there's no real space for it. Like I can't even like rotate it sideways or anything. It's just like it doesn't fit. So what I'm gonna do is, because this is the interior and it doesn't matter as much, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna basically mirror down the center of this guy. So we'll take all these and then we'll just mirror it like that. So it's half the size. I mean, yeah, it's half the size. It's like it's folded on itself. So now we have more room to play with. We haven't lost anything. So yeah, that one works real well now. So yeah, let's make this. Okay, so this one's done. Unless I think of any other things I can do to it. I think this is fine. It's not perfect. I could sit here and noodle on this some more, but I'm not gonna. I say as I continue to noodle on it. Okay. Anyway, so we're moving on. Let's save this. And then the next one is this guy. And the unfortunate part about UVing is, unlike with the modeling, where I was able to kind of copy paste some stuff from the previous work I did to kind of speed things up. It's kind of harder to do that with UVs, unless the model is very similar. Okay. Let's hide that. And then what do we got? Why is that? Why is that lining up everything? There we go. Okay. Oh, interesting. There's no cut there. Okie dokie. Okay. I think I did this one in a way where I'm... Maybe I shouldn't have. So I have to clean up some junk. Wash your mouth out. With ogres are wonderful, thank you. Oh my gosh. Starting a race war in chat right now. Holy crap. Just trying to UV stuff, guys. All right. I guess I could have mirrored this and just done one side. It looks like it's Okay. Um. I think that's as good as. Ooh, that doesn't look great though. This little area is kind of being problematic for me right now. It's not gonna. That's pretty good. This little triangle right here, it's just gonna be a little stretchy, I guess. So I'll call that okay. We'll call that good for that. The fuck? Hey Wyatt, what's up? Is there going to be anything like guard camping in M&M? Yeah, people already do that. Once you're high enough level, you can kill guards. If you're okay tanking your faction with whomever or whatever they're guarding, that's totally up to you. What happens on June 1st? Early access. Games, challenge, everything. Yeah, the M&M comes out in June. That's our early access release date. So you'll get to, you know, get the game and play it and all that fun stuff. $15 hours, 21 minutes till stress tests. Yes, sir. Okay, gone, 1 a.m. See you, Liz. Thanks for hanging out. Let's do this. Oh my god. See y'all in the test. Look out for Liz Biscuits. Type tune. Almost certainly an ogre. Yes, yes. I know it when I see it. An ogre named Liz. There can only be one. Ogre Rangers, they exist. Do they? I know archers. I don't think they're rangers yet. Inquisitor was fun last time I played. It's been a year though. I think there's been a lot of stuff that's been added to the Inquisitor. Oh my god, why is this flipped? Oh, they exist? They are just sneaky? Alright. I'm hoping they get some kind of throwing boulder. That'd be cool. Is this Hillhoff? No, it's well, if Hillhoff is like a type of making the bottle look like this, but brand wise this is like Nutcher Milk Company. It's just like a milk bottle. I switched to drinking out of glass stuff, and being around my computer and stuff, I prefer to have something that's like I can put a cap on just for safety and all that stuff. So I didn't want to just have like glasses that I could knock over, because I definitely have knocked over a glass. So a glass bottle over like a plastic one or something. They would need the title of King of the Quarry. That'd be cool too. Okay, what do we got going on up here? This is let's just take all of this and see what Blender wants to do. Okay, what do I want to do with this bit? I could just go like this. Just kind of swap them out. That might be the best way to do that. Okay. Side bit is a little crooked, feels like. But this is where the ears are as well, so I can kind of ignore that a little bit. I mean, obviously I don't want to just totally ignore it, but it doesn't have like it's a good place to hide like fucked up stuff. Because inevitably there's spots that are just going to be messed up, and you got to put them somewhere. This is pretty good. Maybe I'll have it this way. Hey, really, JD? What's up? Right now what I'm doing is UVing all the hair that we made. So, because we finished finished making all the geometry, but now I get to UV it like a lucky boy. Where's the intern when you need him? Dude, I'm the intern, man. What are you talking about? You think I'm getting paid for this shit? I have to get my own coffee. I don't even drink coffee. I got a pile of coffee cups just sitting there. Okay, so where do I want to put this thing? Because this is actually a unique situation where the bangs are different. I could just put it right there, but there's no reason to. Hey, Treckham, what's up? This is true wizardry. Yeah, that's what everyone keeps saying. It's I need to put my robe on wizard hat when I UV stuff. Oh. I cast magic missile on the UVs. That's interesting. How's it going? It's going okay. I've done 2. Have I really only done 2 hairs? Holy snap. Maybe it's not going well. So we did ponytail. We did this one. I guess this one took a while. We're on number 3 now. Or yeah, we're on number 3 now. Man, I need to speed it up. Where is that intern? I need that coffee. Four more hours and I get off work. Right on. Is there no tools that let you cheat and auto do this? Yes and no. You can auto unwrap, but they want something specific which requires hands-on. Yeah, exactly. I could just, I mean, I can just put a bunch of lines down, or I could even do this. Let me save this before I do it. So if I just select everything, and I'm like, hey, Blender, smart UV project. It has smart in the name. That means it's gonna do it how I want it to. But it just gives me this trash. And I don't want this. This is bad. It's UV'd, yeah, but this is why did it do this? Why is this island like this? This is crooked. This is at an angle. Why did it do that? So this is not good. If like this is technically workable, like, because we're painting I'm gonna be painting in 3D coat. I could actually use this. I don't think it's good. Like, it actually, it would add a little bit more work on the texture side because we have a bunch of templates that kind of require, we can take advantage of stuff being laid out in a particular way so that we can kind of drop a template texture on here and kind of have something mostly textured really quickly. So I couldn't do it with this layout. That's kind of other than just, you know, wanting to do it well, do a good job. You know, it also doesn't really serve us for kind of the workflow we're doing. That looks super smart, yeah. You'd have to use Substance Painter instead of painting the textures. I mean, 3D Coat is similar to Substance in that way, where we're painting directly on the mesh, so UVs are sort of irrelevant to a certain extent, but it still matters. Because it can affect the quality of the outcome. Like if you have because if like stuff is kind of crooked like this, it's gonna do something different with the texture, because if you think of like how textures are, they're just a pile of pixels, and pixels are just little squares, right? So if you like, a straight line is better than a crooked line, because if you're stacking all those little pixels, you're gonna get like little jaggies. But if you just have it straight like this, then it stacks the pixels vertically. If you're making a straight line or something. It's kind of a weird example, I guess, but I've noticed it also depends on the resolution of both the UVs and the texture, I guess. So there's a lot of nonsense about that, but at the end of the day, this is how I want to do it anyway. So. This might be pretty good though, how we have it now. So I just need to arrange this. So let's do this. Whoops. All right. Yeah, this should work, I think, right? wonkiness. I've had to paint some biker vests on Substance, and there was one shop that has backwards UVs. They were awful. Had to paint everything backwards. Exactly. Yeah. Someone was asking me. Well, like some bunch of people were asking about like the numbers and stuff on here. And I was trying to explain the reason for all the numbers and squares and everything. And I was talking about how, if your UVs are backwards, then your letters and stuff will be backwards and all that stuff. So that's exactly the example. Oh my gosh. These two aren't really supposed to be ND. What's the right one? This one. Yeah, let's do this. Okay. This is just going to be kind of a weird location there. Can I do anything? Is that better? It's a little bit better, I guess. We'll just take this whole thing and all right. Yeah, can't get it perfect. It's not going to be perfect. When we paint stuff in 3D code, it can mask some of the weirdness anyway, because it's like a projection, just like with Substance Painter, it's a projection painting software. So kind of can hide some minor imperfections and stuff. Which one is this? Okay. That might be as good as this one's gonna get. Maybe. We'll go with that. Next. Save this. Trackham says, I'm taking a break from renovating my basement. Finished the framing and insulation last weekend. Been putting up drywall this week, almost done, and then it's mudding and painting. My streaming room office vision is almost complete. Dude, that sounds awesome. Congrats. That sounds cool. I'm stoked for you. I hope you once you get it all done and stuff, it'd be cool if you posted like photos in Discord or something. I'd love to see it. I'm all for streaming spaces and such, you know. Let's see your setup, bro. You got any RGB lights? Hey, really, JD, thanks for the sub, man. And Flourishing the guide, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Does Goblin paint the hair and stuff as well? Yeah, Goblin pitches in on texturing like characters and stuff occasionally. He doesn't really like 3D coat though, so it's he's got to kind of paint through some of these wonky bits. What is this? All right, let's move on. I'll hide these so I'm not distracted anymore. Who mainly paints the models? It's ZBrush and myself. I think honestly ZBrush does a lot of the painting at this point. But I try to pull my weight. But it's kind of whoever. We don't have like a dedicated like
it's turbo time.
We being a small studio, it's not like we have a whole team of guys that just do texture work. I think we had a role open for that kind of thing though, but it's kind of, if you're working on a thing, you're kind of in charge of, at least on the character side. You're in charge of texturing it as well. Yeah, being the intern, Zukan tries to pull his own weight. Yeah, exactly. I gotta prove myself so I can get on the team. You know what I mean? Oh, hey, I like this hairstyle. Yeah. Y'all just team up to do everything if you can't do it. Yeah, I mean, there's depending on the thing, there's a lot of like there can be times when it kind of changes hands. Like when it came to the faces, we kind of all jumped in on and all did, like, we painted all the faces and stuff. And we kind of like, you know, one person would paint it a bunch and then someone else would take that same one and kind of paint over it and kind of like try and help make it better as well. So there are times when that happens, and then there are times when it's kind of all on the person working on the thing. Depends on what's going on, because I like to because I'm not really the greatest, but I want to get better, and I'm not going to get better if like someone else does all the texturing for me. So if it's like you know, I'm going to try and texture the thing, and if I totally fucking suck at it, and someone else needs to take over, then that's, you know, that happens at times. How many new hairstyles are you trying to get done for the varying races? So, the plan is a bit of a staggered attempt here. We have like a ton of stuff that's been concepted, and I think the number was like 96 assets, 96 new assets. And that's a lot of stuff. I think modeling and UVing goes relatively quickly. Just the texturing, that can kind of take a little longer, maybe, if we do like if we want to stick around and do a good job. So kind of the approach that we're employing right now is we're going to model everything so that we have the thing, it exists. Then we're gonna kind of just pick 3 out of the stuff we build, like per race, like per race per gender. So like halfling females have 3, halfling males have 3. We'll do the textures for those, and then we'll move on to the next thing. So I'm basically gonna do like 6 halfling hairs, and then I'll probably do all the beards and stuff because they'll be pretty quick. And then I'm gonna move on to gnomes. There's more than 6 hairstyles for everybody, even just for the gender. So there's going to be some that won't have textures right away, but depending on how much time we have when we get through all the ones that we set out to do within that, constraint, maybe we'll go and texture some of the other ones, and maybe we'll have all of them done, maybe we won't. Bare minimum, with this strategy, we're going to have, like, everybody's going to have 3 options. That's the goal. Everyone should have 3 hairstyles to pick from. And if we get through more than that, that's the bonus. But yeah, so that's the plan. EQ Pirate, thanks for the follow 4 minutes ago. I didn't see that. I remember you and Zbrushed doing that together on stream for the angry gnome face. Yeah, we did the faces. We did a bunch of streams on that stuff. Hardest part is always matching someone else's style. Yeah, that's a thing as well. I can see the issue too. I'd assume powwows and showing how you did something would help with the issue of your style matching. Yeah. Yeah, intense number. Staggering it like that sounds like a good way to keep it fresh too. That way you're not rolling and doing halfling hair for months. Well, okay, so that's the other thing too is we have a hard cutoff date for all this stuff too. So we're basically just we're working through February. So we're already halfway through. This is actually a fucking short month. So maybe we shouldn't have picked February. But yeah, so the end of February we're done with hair. We're going to move on to the rest of the stuff. So it's kind of like how much of the stuff can we get done in that time. So we'll see, I guess. No pressure, yeah. What do you mean? Actually, I don't mind the halfling hair. They're tricky to UV because of how round they are, but otherwise, I like them. I like halflings. I'm trying to look out for my halfling bros and lady bros. You know what I mean? It's probably too late, but first DLC I want Displacer Beast Pet. What's a Displacer? A big afro would be my biggest request for Halfling. I don't think that's in the... I don't think that made the cut. Let's take a look at hair. I think, I mean, there's this one. This one's kind of fro-like. And then we have this guy, which is like a kind of a Kurt Cobain one. But I don't think we even really did, I think someone might have done an afro-like thing. I mean, there was this one that was concepted. It's a big afro. And the lady's got one too. But that one didn't make it. These are some of the ones that were left on the cutting room floor. I don't know. So, I don't know, maybe I mean, obviously they didn't make the cut this time. I don't know if they'll ever make it. I'm not saying they'll there's a thing for that, but don't know. You know what I'm gonna do actually this time around? So I don't want to have to fix this again. see if I can do this in a clever way. You like the afros? Halflings would be the appropriate race. I mean, maybe. I don't know. They seem a bit silly to me. I don't know. Maybe that's a fight I'll lose in the future or something. If someone wants to go to the mat for them. But I feel like it'd fit the halfling's bang style. Big afro is dope. There's not many coarse hair designs for the characters. All very smooth. It's a good thing to have in the back pocket. Yeah, I mean maybe it's something that we add later on. Something like a big crazy hair like that is going to be a lot more work, so doing a lot of smooth hair definitely is kind of, more time efficient, right? So could be that we try something like that at a later time, maybe. Yeah. I can't make any guarantees on anything though. Salaf, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. How you doing? Hey, Baloo. What's up, man? What's the goal of the stage of texture mapping? Are you trying to get roughly the same size squares throughout? Yeah. Yeah, I want the squares to be roughly the same size and preferably maintaining their squareness as much as I can. Obviously this area is a bit busted. I'm gonna see if what I can do here, but Um, this area, given that it's kind of the end of an edge here, an end of a cut, it's gonna kind of polarize a little bit. It's a bit of a pole, because it's one point that's kind of going in two different directions. So it tends to warp the surrounding bits a little bit. So it's one of the things. It's just one of those things, you know. Hello, everyone. I'm here kind of playing a game in the background. That's all good. I think everyone's just hanging out. Probably doing stuff in the background too, so you're okay. How are we doing on everything here? Still need to come back to that, but just taking an overview here. I also have to go to the bathroom again. It's all this water. So give me a sec. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. All right. Oh, how's it going, everybody? What you up to, Blue? Anything cool? I wonder if I should, does it even matter, actually? What do I do with this? Not really. Honestly, I could probably take even more of this thing. Making some buildings for Aelvorith. Aelvorith? Alvarith? Actually, I keep seeing that, but I haven't actually tried to pronounce it before, so I don't know if I got it. I nailed it. Hell yeah. I don't know if you could tell, but I'm kind of amazing at saying words. Like when I see a word and I say it, I always get it every time. Like names and everything. Like never. If you watched my stream enough, you probably already know this, that I'm like super good at saying names. Like if I could be a professional namesayer, that's like a, I'd probably, there's probably like they should make that an Olympic sport. I think I'd be pretty good at that.
Quick question. When was the last time you hit save?
It's been a little bit. Actually, don't know if it's how it's pronounced, but that's how I've been pronouncing it. Well, hey man, if we're going by Star Trek rules, it's whoever says it first gets to, that's how it's pronounced. That's why That's why data is pronounced data, not data. So I think we should. I feel like this has already come up actually. We need to adopt the Star Trek rules. Data, yeah. Um. Okay, so this. This is looking kind of sus still. Gas, not petrol. Cookie, no, not biscuit. Or what's it? The other one's a hood, not bonnet. I'm watching too much Top Gear though. They call hoods bonnets? Yeah. It's the bonnet of the car. And the trunk is a boot. I actually use that one though. I call my car trunk a boot. That's the one that got me. Random question. What makes a name invalid for character creation? I've tried so many. There's probably some like bad name filter that like is preventing you from making anything that's too inappropriate. There's also if a name is taken, it'll probably say that it's invalid. So like if you're picking a name that somebody already else has or something like that, for obvious reasons. I don't know if there's any other reasons that it would, you know, those are the only two that I can think of. There's probably names that have been, like, names that aren't taken, and names that aren't bad words that might have been like put on the shit list or something that are invalid. I wouldn't be surprised if that happened as well, but I don't know. Periods in your name normally doesn't work. Yeah, also, like, if you're trying to do any special characters, obviously that's not going to work. Or numbers, no special characters or anything. No spaces. Tried like a million variations of random things involving hunt. I don't know. Huh, hunt, you're cooked. What does that even mean? Sometimes games won't let you do numbers or underscores either in front or behind. Yeah, you're not allowed to do underscores or numbers at all in Eminem. But he's just trying to do something with hunt in it, which I don't think I don't see any reason why that word would be blocked, but I don't know. I wouldn't be the guy to poke about that. I mean, but that's different from hunt though. Like, maybe, I mean, it could be that it's too close to that and it was flagged because of that preemptively or something, but I don't know. Oh no. Maybe you got to refresh because you pissed off the naming system. I don't think there's a cooldown on it. It could be that it was put on a blacklist because just as a preventative measure or something. Don't know. That seems like a pretty innocuous and honestly kind of a legit name, so I'll be a little bit surprised. Okay. What happens if I just let that do that? Okay, that's not what I want. This might be, oh fuck. This might be as good as this back bit's gonna get. I got the front bit. Okay. Add this to the Okay. Um. Let's try this. Wow. Hmm. Dr. Crocs, thanks for the follow. How you doing? Welcome in. Hey, thanks for the sub as well. Awesome, man. It's very nice of you. Did I miss anything while I was focused? Bunter Clubbin worked. Maybe a dev just wanted to reserve the name. You mean I won't be able to make Hunter Legolas? Which has been my name since EverQuest? No. Alright. Maybe this is enough here. Average islands. Let's see how stuff kind of fits in here now. This is gonna be what is this? Oh my god. What's going on, guys? Hmm. Okay. Let's get this all to fit in here now. Okay. Look at this little chicken wang. I don't know what to do with this, so it's just gonna float there, I guess. Love watching you guys work. I find it relaxing when I'm working on my stuff for D&D. Right on, man. Appreciate that. It's nice to have something going on. I know if I'm not streaming, when I'm working on stuff, I still have like someone else's stream on usually. It's like that body doubling stuff, right? Okay, what's the best? I guess it's already in the best orientation. So this is a weird little chicken wing. I'd probably go for it's a good question. I'm not really a sauce man. I'd go if it's like Korean chicken wing. I'd do like a sweet honey. I like the sweet honey, or I'd do teriyaki maybe. I don't know. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good with this one. What sauce you putting on that? Dry rub? You know, there's a barbecue sauce that I used to like when I did meal prep. I did like a barbecue sauce. I had like a thing of Tupperware, and I would just I would drown the meat in the barbecue sauce, then take it out, and I'd make one or two or whatever. Okay. Look at that. Oh, this one's a little bit different scale because I think I had to make this one I had to make this one smaller. I'm gonna have to watch out for that probably. It'll probably be fine. All right, let's save this. Where are we at right now? We're at 4.5 hours. Oh my god, my bones. Oh, hey G Wilkers. I'm just taking a moment to evaluate the situation. It is okay. You know what, guys? It's 7 p.m. We've been going for 4.5 hours. We got through 4, so that's UVing a hair an hour. That's something. I don't know if that's good or bad. It's progress though. But I guess if we extrapolate that though, it's we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 more hours of UVing. That's not even including the beards, but the beards will probably be really easy. Maybe the male hairs will go quicker though, because there's kind of less hair. I think they have a lot of similarities as well. I don't know if I'll be able to capitalize on that or not, but but it might be time for food. It might be food time. I think I could use a break. 4 hours of going, you know. So maybe we'll call it here.
Quick question. When was the last time you hit save?
I did just save, but we'll go again. Let me do this. Save that. Let's see who's going right now. Some Wickersloth playing. Yeah. Let's go say hey to Wickersloth. Let's raid Wicca. Haven't raided him in a while. So, yeah, man. So that I think I'm gonna call it here, guys. We'll raid Wicca, and then I'm gonna go get food and take a break. And I'll keep going either on stream or off stream tonight. Probably not. There's some other stuff I could do. But tomorrow we'll come back and do some more work. So yeah, we'll do that. So thanks everybody for hanging out. It's rad. I don't mind when you guys ask questions. It's cool to explain this stuff. At some point I'll probably do a tutorial, at least for UVs, because that one comes up a lot. So that'd be cool to go over. But until then, I'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll probably keep going tomorrow. But I'm going to raid. If you guys want to hang out and say hey to Wicca, we'll do that. And then I'll see you when I see you. Hope you guys have a good night. Thanks again.